Good evening, everyone. It's Saturday, December 20th, 2025, 10 p.m. Central Standard Time here in Champaign, Illinois. You're joining me for Session 2 of Earthbreak Omega Protocol, a game by Hunt the Killer that's being retired at the end of this month, although we've already discovered there are some broken parts of the internet component of this game already broken. But there's enough working for us to continue playing, although not without some griping. Let's check in with the chat, see how everyone is doing. Now, we played boxes 1 and 2 last night. I think we're going to play boxes 3 and 4 tonight, and then we'll play the finale box on Sunday. Last night we had maybe a 6-hour stream, and it was pretty rough. I was feeling pretty tired by the end of it. Sleep schedule is fighting me a little bit. So I'll take most of the blame, but I think the other part of the blame lies in the structure of this game, and in particular, the internet access component of this game. Clearly, even when it was working properly, is not the most pleasant thing to interact with, especially trying to live stream it. But we are getting through it. The big breakthrough was when the chat reminded me to switch to a laptop, which is considerably more flexible than trying to use the tablet. Melissa says, I'm going to need a good recap because the story has more loose threads than an old dish towel. Okay, a good recap from last night. I mean, it hasn't been long since we played it, but let's do a little bit of a recap here, and people can remind me if I miss anything. There are a lot of threads actually going on here. here's our setting. We're in a facility that has triggered the Omega Protocol. What is the Omega Protocol? This is a government facility. It looks like it was a government facility normally for spycraft type work. Omega Protocol seems to be the name they use not for a nuclear war shutdown, but an alien invasion shutdown. It's been repurposed, this facility, for an alien invasion lockdown. And they've basically locked down the community here, and they have heavy doors, and they're self-sufficient. They've got food in there for years and their own greenhouses to grow food and filter water, etc. So this is a lockdown from an alien invasion. And what we learn is that it's not just an alien invasion, but they tracked a signal coming from space, the alien invasion. They figured out what day it would arrive. But a couple days or a little bit before these aliens arrived, a virus arrived. And my understanding of the story is that they think the aliens sent the virus to basically, cull out most of the humans to make it easier for the aliens to take over. So this virus hits, they shut down the facility a little early, but some of the last stragglers, because they weren't planning for this, have got in with the virus. It's a DNA-based virus, and it's particularly brutal, and it kills most of the people, so there's just a small group of people left. Some of the humans, I think it said something like 10% maybe, are immune to this virus. The rest of them die. Outside die, inside die. Occasionally they get stragglers who stumble across this facility, which is probably out in the mountains somewhere. And their current policy is that if someone comes in, they decontaminate them, they study them, they make sure they're safe, and then they might let them into this community. And they occasionally go out scavenging for stuff, for items from the outside. The aliens are real. It's not some made-up conspiracy. However, where we get brought into this story is that there's an insider in this group, and there's a whole hierarchy. There's council members. We're at the very top of this hierarchy. So we get contacted by someone in this facility. We don't know who, but it seems like someone fairly high up, who says that something's being covered up. What is being covered up? Well, we learned that one of the doctors, the medical doctor of this facility, left the facility without permission and was found dead a week later. And the council members tell everyone in the facility that for reasons unknown, this beloved doctor left the facility, got the virus, and died. And we're contacted by this insider who says something's wrong, they're lying, go figure it out. And what we find is that this woman, Persephone, the doctor, she did go out without permission, but that was because she and one other doctor, maybe two others, seem to have figured out that the virus is gone and was short-lived. So she went out to prove that the virus is gone and it's safe to be outside, other than these scary aliens. And we learn that she did, in fact, go out and survive for the week, saw the aliens, drew them, at least drew them according to the notebook that was brought back. But we see on her body what looks like lots of wounds to her back. Either gunshot wounds, knife wounds, or alien claw wounds. But the point is, she didn't die of the virus. Now, one of the interesting things is that in terms of following the mystery that this game is telling us, is that the information about the council lying about how she died actually leaked out in this community in box 2. So the whole community knows that the council lied about her dying of the virus. The picture, the security camera picture of her on the ground with wounds in her back got leaked to the intranet system here. However, I think what's happened is everyone is assuming from the picture that the aliens killed her. So maybe the people aren't thinking that they haven't concluded that the virus isn't out there. They don't know when she died, how long she was out there. So for all they know, the virus is still out there and the aliens killed her. And so there's an intranet forum here among the little discourse among this facility, and everyone is debating about whether it was good the council lied to the people because they were trying to stop a panic. The second little element of mystery, something weird going on, is that there's a faction amongst the council that want to lock down the facility permanently. And there's some ongoing political effort to convince people to vote to lock down the facility in a more extreme way. And basically the idea is that if they close the doors permanently, they're not going to take in new survivors that stumble on the facility, and no one's going to leave the facility to go scavenging. So there's a little bit of debate, like, do we have enough food? Will we be okay? Is this morally justified to not accept any new people? So we know some of the political players in this council want this lockdown. And I guess the vibe we're sort of getting is that maybe it's safe outside in some respect, but the council wants power and doesn't want to let people figure that out and leave. Something like that. There are a couple of mysteries, though. One is, how did Persephone die? Was she killed by humans or aliens? Persephone drew a picture of the alien. Can we get that? That's actually online. Maybe I'll try to bring it up. And she describes a scene where there are like a whole cluster of them in front of a tower. She's drawn the tower. She's drawn these creatures that look like Starship Troopers, claw, crab, giant creatures with weird mouths, and they look scary. But we don't really know what they're all about. We don't know if they were sent to Earth to conquer it. We don't know what's going on. But we do believe they're real, given that Persephone has drawn them and she's sort of the good person. The other little side mystery that seems relevant to us is that we're getting access to this intranet and some secret notes left by the cybersecurity guy. That's one of the mechanics of this game, is that we're constantly figuring out how to get into some of the back doors he left. But the little side story here, which we don't know how integrated it is with the main story, is we're told before this alien invasion, some hacker had broken into the system. And there is this AI, Patricia, that's part of the computer in this facility that's not quite working for us, but it is playing a role in this story. Anyway, this hacker had been trying to break into the system. This FBI agent was pulled in to try to figure it out because our cyber security guy couldn't figure it out. The FBI agent is actually stuck in this facility. And we think that part of this box that we ended with, part of the ending of that, was a sign that perhaps that hacker had broken in to the system and was accessing things with the account of the cybersecurity guy. So we don't know. Are we dealing with a hacker? We were told that actually the FBI guy said, I almost caught him. He's nearby. We don't know what's going on with that. We don't know if Patricia, the AI, is compromised. We don't know if the aliens are really dangerous. So there's a whole bunch of little things we don't know. Let's see if there's anything I've left out. I asked, is the FBI guy still alive and on the council? I believe so. I believe we were told that they tried to get a couple other people on the council who didn't want to be on the council, and eventually it got down the chain of command to the FBI guy, and he is on the council. We are given a list of people high up in positions of power, and here's our FBI guy, Lee Oswald, which sounds like a fake name. It sounds like he's using the name of Lee Harvey Oswald, who's the person who shot and killed John F. Kennedy in the 60s. We have Layla Mario Woods. She's the #1 person on the council, and she's the programmer of Patricia, the AI. Alexander Petrushevich, that's the cybersecurity guy that we're breaking into the system. He's suspicious of everyone. Matthias Gabriel Lind, he's the guy that wants to shut down the base and never let anyone in and out. And Cyril Faramond, I believe he's the other doctor who knows what Persephone knows about the virus probably being not out there anymore. I believe I've got those right. Is there a chance the hacker killed and assumed the FBI agent's identity and came to the base? That's an interesting idea. And then is the hacker just like some foreign spy, or is there some kind of science fiction twist to this? I don't know. Now, one of the questions I asked at the very beginning was, does anyone remember anything about temperatures? And Jonathan thinks I'm not remembering correctly, but on this intranet service that we have, and on there's some mention of temperatures and someone accessing temperatures, and I have a faint memory that in the first or second box we heard something about temperatures being important. And I can't quite remember where we read that, and I'm hoping that the game is going to remind us if that's important. But that was my memory. My memory was something like the temperature of a room has to be within a certain range for something to work. If anyone remembers it or is watching these streams afterwards and remembers it, please post a comment. Might have been about taking care of and storing the hazmat suit. The hazmat suit instructions did say it can't be kept where it's too warm and hot, but I thought I remembered something else. But if it's important, hopefully it will come up again. All right, are we ready to get started here? Let me check my notes and see if we made any notes about anything else. These are our logins on the different days. Now, I haven't talked about whether the game is any good. As a reminder, we will talk about and review the game at the end, probably the end of Sunday. It's half the group here seems to be really enjoying this science fiction story. I am enjoying this story, but I am finding the actual process of playing it much less compelling. And I think most of that is because of the actual process of interacting with the website, this little fake intranet, being so unpleasant. But I think it also has to do with the nature of splitting all this information, half of it paper, half of it on the computer, and having it so hard to find stuff. I can't just scan through pieces of paper. It's all hidden in 10 levels deep on the internet. All right, let us open our box 3 and get started here. I do appreciate how all of the boxes in Earthbreak and Empty Faces have really put us as active participants. All right, we have Elaine's printouts. All right, we've got a little bag here. Whoa, look at that. That's crazy. This game it feels like there's almost no puzzles. It's almost all ciphers. This whole system is cipher, and we've been skipping the ciphers for the most part. All right, let's for once do this properly and start with our little letter here. This is our contact. Oh, they're starting to sign it their name now, but encrypted. Okay, this is the person that's brought us into this. I apologize for keeping my identity a secret from you for so long. But if we're going to get through this together, I need to know I'm putting my faith in the right person. You have everything you need to know who I am now. Someone helped Persephone leave the facility, and whoever it was had a hand in her death. We must find who that person is. The fact that they know how to bypass the security doors is reason enough for me to keep this information from the rest of the council. Our residents are basing their current ideologies on this person who's using Persephone's death to further their political agenda. Like I feared, these events are connected, and I cannot suffer to let it alone. You may recognize Persephone's field notes. A003, that's Lint, Matthias Lint, that's the guy who wants the place shut down, has been distributing these flyers around the facility. It sickens me that he stole Persephone's notes and twisted her words in order to push for the lock-in. Because of this, I've given you A004's patient notes so you can try to assess people's true character. His desk was cluttered with papers, but I was able to pick out our major players, and I've included my own profile to help establish trust between us. I know I'm breaching privacy. I don't have a choice. You may also have noticed that Jeremy has lost his new messenger bag. I saw him skulking around the private quarters in Dormitory A, collecting and delivering mail slipped under doors. Besides the illegally traded noodle wrapper he's been writing on, there are also 3 letters. One of the letters I surmised to be correspondence between A004 and B13. They normally talk in person, so it's odd they'd use extra resources. I've also elected to include correspondence between Jeremy, Alosha, and myself. The third message seems to be an anonymous resident note about Cluster, which is the game they play. It's addressed to you, of all people. Have you noticed anyone following you, especially on the NACS system? Why would they write a secret note about game strategy when they could just tell you in person? And even more irksome, at risk of sounding hypocritical, the sender has decided to write you anonymously. On top of all this, Patricia has been acting strangely. She was supposed to laser cut a replacement emitter chip, but instead she created these circular objects. I asked Patricia what she intended. She could only say someone is hidden coding within her NACS intranet system. She cannot explain it in words. She only said, only when everything can be seen can you see everything. She must know a new backdoor password, and maybe, just maybe, she knows something about Persephone and who helped her. Find out who Persephone trusted. Write this into Patricia's input command. Type in the file names you find in the data cache. Sincerely. Without moving, we hurt. Without touching, we poison. Truth and lies, we bear not to be judged by our size. Are we? What are we? All right, we have what looks like a substitution cipher. Maybe this is a clue to this. We could even try to guess who this is because we've got a list of the residents. If this person is high up, they're probably one of the A-level people. I thought they were going to be... I thought it might be Cyril. Okay, so Patricia the AI is acting weird. She's the entity that sent us this. We think this is some sort of tool to decode the next back door. Did he say the letters are in here? Yes, okay. So they're in little different compartments. That's the noodle wrapper. All right, so I think that's everything. So Jeremy is this 12-year-old kid who they use to pass messages. And so in this letter, we're told about 3 messages and this illegal noodle wrapper. Which might be Jeremy's handwriting. There's writing on this. This letter doesn't mention writing on it, right? It just mentions this is Jeremy's bag. Besides the noodle wrapper he's been writing on, there are 3 letters. Okay, so we got 3 letters that were meant to be sent between people in the facility. And he tells us, our contact tells us who these are between. One is to us. One is between this group. Okay. Let's see what else we have, though. This is going to be our login to the intranet today. Each box has a separate login. So far, they've been all Caesar cipher shifts. Rule 10, so we think this is probably a Caesar cipher shift of 10 that will get us into the intranet. There's also 3 more documents here. The health and medical record of several people. It looks like we've got medical records for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different people, and he tells us this, our contact, he or she, says they've sent us these for all the higher ups so we can get some idea of who might be have a psychological profile to be dangerous to us. And then he mentions that this is a poster that this guy Matthias Lint is sending out as propaganda based on the field notes of Persephone. We're listening and so are they. Mind your speech. And on the back is excerpts from Persephone's field diary. And what are they trying to do? Understand the dangers of leaving our doors unlocked. No one else should have to needlessly suffer as Persephone did. I want to die. I'm in so much pain. I'm starting to feel tired. I want to throw up. So this, they're making it sound like she got the virus. Because these are symptoms of having the virus, but we know from her actual field diary, this is out of context. This was what she wrote after she ate like 10 pears when she discovered fresh fruit, but then she felt fine after that. From the alien scourge. I heard them last night. Something was moving in the dark. I could feel them stalking around the tree I was in. I could see the aliens swarming around it, hundreds of them. This is all true. She actually did see the aliens, but then they went away. From the inevitable fate of all who abandon our community. I don't know why I'm doing this. Everyone is going to hate me. My heart is still pounding. These are my last days. So again, taken completely out of context. Someone is using Persephone's diary, field notes, to convince people to lock up the facility, lock in. Sponsored by A003, which is Matthias Lint. Okay, let's take a look at what this is. Stressed out. Post-apocalyptic stress, PAS, has the potential to affect each and every one of us. In fact, surveys of the base's population has indicated the overall level of happiness has reached a record low. Here are some basic strategies for cultivating personal contentment in the post-apocalyptic world. Remember, when underground, you will always have seeds to plant. And then here's the acronym, seeds and to plant. S is for social support. Look around. You're surrounded by friends and neighbors who are going through the exact same things as you. Escapism. Our archive of entertainment materials is always at your fingertips. In the event of elevated despair, try checking out a council-approved book, film, or television program. Enthusiasm. Optimism is a muscle. Try smiling for 10 minutes today, even if you don't feel like it. Deep breathing. We may run short on medication. We'll never run out of meditation. Medical benefits of mindfulness exercises cannot be overstated. Self-expression. Each resident's standard issue handbook can be used as an outlet for personal reflection. That's the little book that came with this game for taking notes. Be mindful of how much space each of your entries use up. Residents are issued a maximum of one handbook each. Physical activity, 30 minutes of exercise a day. Live in the past. Spend some time reflecting on found personal memories from living on the surface. Fond personal memories. Allot time to visit your friendly neighborhood therapist. Dr. Faramon's doors are always open. Please schedule any appointments as far in advance as possible. Nap it off. When all else fails, sleep and reset the body and mind. You can always try again tomorrow. And T, trust the council. Rest easy knowing we have your best interests at heart. And then down at the bottom, what do we see? Please notify a council member immediately if you or anyone you know is experiencing the following: paranoia, claustrophobia, extreme suggestibility, antisocial tendencies, feelings of helplessness, heart palpitations, auditory or visual hallucinations, deflated sense of self-importance, inflated sense of self-importance, delusions of grandeur, lack of empathy, or violent tendency. This message was sponsored by A004 and has received unanimous council approval. I think A004 is the doctor. Well, that's a weird document. Like, it doesn't... I mean, it looks like what it is on the face of it. Maybe there's some hidden meaning to it, but I don't see anything. All right, I suppose the first thing we should do is get into the new version of the intranet here. And then we'll take a look at these notes. All right, what do we think here? We think this is a shift 10 backwards. These are cipher. At least that's what we're going to try first. Okay, backwards 10. So A turns into a Q. All right, let's see if that's right. All right, T goes to J. Y goes to O. X goes to N. K goes to A. C goes to S. S. A. L. And this is going to be a K, right? Jonas Salk. Okay, Jonas Salk was a famous doctor. Jonas Salk was a famous scientist, doctor. Someone can remind me what he did. He wasn't the child. Was he the child psychologist or child health, baby health person, or was he someone else? Someone can remind me. But that is definitely our password. So we're already logged in, but you remember how this kind of works. It's a fake login that we need to log in so it knows we're on the third day. Jonas Salk. Okay, and the chat. So now we're in. We'll update this. Okay. Jonas Salk invented the polio vaccine. Okay, so he's a vaccine guy, vaccine scientist. Okay, so we're done with that, and we want to, even though we have recorded it, we want to write it down here. Okay. So we are into our intranet now, and remember, it's everything we had previous access to here, we now have access to still, but we have new updates. So for example, new poll results, new forum. The directory will be the same. These, have they been updated? Let's see. They haven't been updated unless Patricia's blocking something. So these hazmats, maintenance, they don't look like they've been updated. 1824 is the day we joined, and when Persephone was already dead. So this is all the same. Here are the public requests for rations, and again, it's stopping at day 1824. They've been in this facility for 5 years. If we clicked here, okay, that's fine. And then inventory, I don't know if this is being updated, but it just gives us some idea of what supplies they have. All right, so probably everything is the same here for personnel files. Now, here's our council people. Again, remember A3 is the guy who wants to lock everything in. This guy here is our cybersecurity guy. Now, he's the guy that hides back doors. So has he hidden another back door on his third family member? Yes. So here's where he's hid his first 3 back doors. This one was Svetlana, his wife, was for day 1. Bowden, his son, was for box 2. And now we have a hidden back door for this child. And he's got some Russian Cyrillic text that we're going to have to translate to get the cue for Arabian Nights Protect the Door. Arabian Nights Protect the Door. So, whoops, and look, here's someone talking about the game. But okay, so his back door is Arabian Nights Protect the Door. That's the cue for us to figure out how he encrypted this. Arabian Nights Protect the Door. So somehow his backdoor access has to do with Arabian Nights. Nothing jumps out at me. Okay, and we have updates, polls. Let's see. It's day 1841. That's what day it currently is. And let's see how the poll has updated. Okay, so the council propaganda, especially from A003, is convincing people to lock in. It's now 61 in favor of locking in. It started at 19 in favor. That's when Persephone's body was found, and it's gone up and up and up. We don't know when they're going to actually conduct this vote formally, but it's day 1841 now, or at least it's after 1841. The chat thinks maybe it's Open Sesame 1001, says Anna. I don't know. I mean, Open Sesame is not Tales of the Arabian Nights. Is that same story? Okay, well, we can try those things. And then the forum, let's see what's new. Where did we end our last? I think it was 1930s somewhere. Okay, all right. So the last time we accessed was somewhere in 1837. Oh no, we read about the found cluster pieces. We should walk in the doors now. I think we read about that. I think maybe 1841. I think this is where new stuff is starting. So yeah, this is the new stuff that we're going to read for today. Okay. So can we guess this? You think it's Open Sesame? It's definitely not Open Sesame. I mean, there's the story of the Tales of the Arabian Nights. I don't know if that's the same story with the Open Sesame. Okay. Anna says something I don't understand. 1001. I don't get that. Tales No, not Tales of Arabian Nights. Arabian Nights protect the door. Could be the name of Arabian Nights. Could be the Russian name. Could be the Russian name for Arabian Nights or the English name. Or maybe it's just like Arabian Nights. Maybe he just means the Russian version. The name of the story is 1001 Arabian Nights. All right, let's try 1001. No. What about 1001 Arabian Nights? No. How about Tales of the Arab? This is why. Sorry, this is why this is. This is why these puzzles always frustrate me. The Arabian Nights. It's because it's hard to know how many millions of different variations you should guess and try, but it is realistic. Okay, maybe we don't work on this yet. We've got the letters, some of which involve this guy. So maybe he's going to reveal something. Okay, so let's go back to our encryption puzzles and other items. All right. So this guy is writing to us and he's revealing his name. And if you had to guess, you'd guess this guy is giving us some key. We could just try a brute force Caesar shift, but without moving, we hurt. Without touching, we poison. Truth and lies we bear. Not to be judged by our size are we. What are we? I mean, is it like words, letters? Looks like Melissa was thinking the same thing I'm thinking. Words. Without moving, we hurt. Without touching, we poison. Truth and lies we bear. Not to be judged by our size are we. What are we? Sounds like it might be saying words. Words hurt. Words can poison minds. They bear truth and lies. They can be small. All right, but how does that help us here? So it could be a running cipher on this using the key words if it's not just a shift. Can try an online running cipher, but if this is a Caesar cipher, then this is for something else. Before I try that, let's at least look at these again. Okay, so 3 notes and the wrapper of notes. So these are Jeremy's notes to himself. Okay. And then we've got correspondence, he says, between A04 and B13. That's between Matthias and someone else. No, A004 is not Matthias. A004 is the psychologist, Cyril Faramond. In fact, let's write these out here. He's A004. Matthias is A003. Alexander, the cybersecurity, is 2. Wayla is 001. And Lee Oswald is A007. It's interesting. Who is 5 and 6? Maybe they're dead. Okay, so we think this is between A004 and B17, he says in his letter. Sorry, B13. Let's remind ourselves who B13 is. Personnel files, resident directory. Who is B13? Oh, that's the religious sister. This is the fanatic, the religious fanatic. Okay, so he thinks he's writing a letter to her. In fact, I can see it. How have you been, sister? I've missed our luncheons, and I've missed being able to place. This is from the psychologist to the sister. I miss being able to place my trust in you, but such is life. You used me as a pawn. Do not expect me to forget that. Proverbs 29:2, my friend. She writes back, you have it backwards. We need to avoid something and something when leading up to the something. I guess she's writing in code here. He says, any panic that people feel is justified, and the very promise of the vote is foolish. Premise of the vote is foolish. We cannot seal ourselves away, Cyril. It is a death sentence and a mortal sin. Oh, this is the sister again. He says, how are you? She says something. Then he writes, in what looks like code. And she writes, she doesn't want to seal. She doesn't want to lock the door. He says, please encode all sensitive information. The issue is far more nuanced than that. We're almost encrypted, proper, encrypted, can't encrypted. Okay. So I think we got a leak of the encryption here. He says, you just wrote something you shouldn't have. You should be encrypting this. She says, any panic is justified. We need to avoid this and this leading up to the vote. Okay, I think this is going to be vote, and I think one of these words here is panic. This looks like it's P-A-N. This looks like a 5-letter word. So he says something, and she's replying to it, which is giving us the help decoding. She says, the panic is justified. So I think he wrote, we have to avoid something and panic leading up to the vote. So VOTE, whatever this, it's whether it's a Caesar cipher shift or whatever, that's going to convert to vote, and this is going to convert to panic. And this word here, something and panic, is probably It might even be a word that we find in here. Remember, this is his document. So I wonder if he's saying something like, it's not stress, but it's depression, whatever he might be, whatever word he might be using here. I wonder if it's one of these words here. Paranoia. P-A-R-A-N-O-I-A. Okay, it's not paranoia because this T wouldn't be repeated, but I'll bet you it's one of these words here. Paranoia, claustrophobia, helplessness. Maybe not. Anyway, okay, I think we have enough to probably decode this, but let's keep reading here. He says, encode all information, and he's writing. Then she says, I will not hide my sentiments. Persephone did not perish from the plague, despite the shameful mistruth you fooled me into spreading. She says that because she gave the obituary memorial service where she said she died of plague. Now she realizes that was a lie. She says, returning to the surface or even visiting it allows for the possibility of life. Remaining underground is certain death. Okay, so I thought the sister was this religious fanatic that was on the side of the council wanting power, but clearly she's not. Clearly she is actually wants people to be able to go outside. She says, oh, he replies, not certain. She says it's certain death, and he says not certain. And then if something could still manage to make the something, 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 something. She says, that's quite a gamble to make. Both options are a gamble. Oh, and he replies, both options are a gamble. The blank is blank. Far for more blank than the blank. I need to so-and-so. It's more encrypted stuff. I don't take that lightly. She says, I know you don't. We'll speak again once you've made the right decision. You know in your heart what that is. Okay. So what we'll do is we'll just play with this a little bit based on these. And then once we get the gist of it, we'll just read the translation. Let's just see if it's as simple as a Caesar cipher. So I claim that this is leading up to the vote. What do you think this is? ELGV? So let's just see if E turns into vote, if E turns into V, do the rest of the letters help? No. V, that's not vote. I mean, the other letters don't work. GV would be XM. So I don't think it's a Caesar cipher unless that's not an E. What if it was an I? Does it all work now? No. So what other cipher could they be using? How about at bash? Like E and V look like they're on the 5 count away. All right, let's see. Yes, that's what it is. It's at bash. The A goes to Z, the Z goes to an A. That will turn this to a V and this to an E, and that's going to turn G into T, surely. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's it. Okay, this is an at bash cipher. A's goes to Z's, B goes to Y, and so on. You just reverse the position. Okay, so we know how to decode this. We'll read it on the web interface when we're ready. Next letter. This is a letter to us anonymously about the game of cluster. More encryption. New cluster rules. I wind the clock 3 times. It ticks away the seconds. 31 hours is 31 seconds. How in the world could it be anything else? Tick, tick, tick. Wind the clock. Modded for 36 seconds. And we lovers of fate may exchange key information. So he's talking about some encryption, which he's now using. New cluster rules. Wind the clock 3 times. It ticks away the seconds. 31 hours is 36 hours, 36 seconds. How in the world could it be anything else? Tick, tick, tick. Will the clock modded for 30... Wind the clock. Modded for 36 seconds, and we lovers of fate may exchange key information. He's explaining the key that's being used. I wonder if this is some sort of clock cipher. Wind the clock. Okay. And then he says something, and then he says, see what it was. I guess some of these words are encoded, some aren't. Something to be something, for you to something. Now see what something. This looks like a number. It was, and in caps, finding a way something. It was something, but something is something. Please believe me when I say this. Something, something, no matter what, I will win. Something is, blank to blank is a cluster buster. There are some posts on the forum about cluster and something cluster buster. I wonder if checking the forum for this phrase, we might be able to get to figure out what words should be here, which might help us decrypt it. But it is interesting. He's clearly saying something about the encryption here. 3 times. Tick, tick, tick. He mentions the number 3 twice. Here he says, I wind the clock 3 times, and then he says, tick, tick, tick. Wind the clock, 36 seconds. We lovers of fate may exchange key information. I don't know what cipher that is. There are clock ciphers where you're putting the letters around a clock. I'm not sure. This one, I don't know. Maybe someone has some theories. Then we've got another encrypted message. Maybe we should take our break first. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Just playing with this little thing. It's quite interesting. Take a break for a second and look at this. There's 3 discs. So let's see what observations we can make of this for a second. So one observation is that it looks a little like these plant leaves. Every plant leaf looks exactly the same, though. There doesn't seem to be any information based on that. It is interesting that we've got these offsets, like big areas of gaps in some of them here. So this has a big gap, a small gap. I wonder if it would be useful to just make some observations here. This top wheel, we've got 3 wheels, middle, top, and lower. Just going to try to make some observations here. The top wheel has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The top wheel has only 5 spokes on it. It's mostly empty. Let's just write this down. And is there a top? Yes, I guess you could actually line this up and say this is top. So if we start with that at the top, we have F, then a blank, then an R, and then a T. Then we have 3 blanks. 1, 2, 3, and then we have an I and an E. Then we have 1, 2, 3 blanks before we get back to the F. Okay, now that's the F at the top. Now the next disk here, we have no way of saying what's at the top. However, we do have an F again. So what if we just arbitrarily take that F to be the top for the middle one? Then we have an F of V. Then we have a blank here between the V and an S. And then we have E, O, A. Then we have a whole bunch of blanks. 1, 2, whole bunch. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think 4 blanks till we get to an H. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we have, maybe it's just 2. HTF. I've done something slightly wrong because FV blank S TOA. And then we have blank, 2 blanks, 3 blanks, and then an H. Okay, HT. Okay, that's our middle thing. And now the bottom one, we have no good way to align it. There is no F on the bottom one, so let's just do it arbitrarily. Do they all have the same pattern here? No, this has got a 4 in a row, 4 in a row, 2 in a row. All right, I'm just going to pick an arbitrary one and start with the E. Then comes a V. Then there's an A, E, R, O. Then we have 2 blanks before we have a E and a Y and a T and a blank. And then we go back around to the E. Okay, so that's our 3 dials here. Now let's just see if there's observations we can make. First of observation is this is a small alphabet. It's not like we have every letter on the thing. There's a lot of T's and E's and V's. Almost looks like these are words, but not this one, like HTFV. That doesn't make a word. What about counting? Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That seems like maybe we're talking about a clock here. There's 12 positions. So this is set up like a clock. 1, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay. Okay. That's the first observation, 12 positions. What about blanks? On the bottom one, we've got 3 blanks, 4 blanks, 7 blanks. 7, 4, 3 blanks. So you could imagine that this is going, if you got this at the right arrangement, you could get a phrase or a word. Now, we don't know how it's supposed to align, but in other words, the top covers up, so it's this above this above this. So this one takes priority. So you could imagine that some configuration of shift and rotating these, you would read off a phrase where if there's anything under this, if there's a letter here, this gets priority. Only if there's a blank would you see this one. So if the wheel was set up like this, it would be F, V, R, T, T, O, A, I, E, Y, H, T. So if I had to guess, I would guess that that's what's going to happen here, that we could look at this, and I wonder if we couldn't figure out just from looking at this that the word is always going to have these letters in these positions, this phrase. And the only question is, how do we rotate these so that what shines through here gives us something? Like you might imagine this is fort, F-O. So shift this so that the O is here. If you did that, let's just see. If you rotated it so the F and the O were here, then that locks everything but the third wheel. If it was F-O. What was the key we were given? Well, I mean, how was this explained to us? Patricia's acting strangely. Laser cut. She created this. Someone has hidden coding. She cannot explain it. Only when everything can be seen can you see everything. She must know the new backdoor password. So she may be trying to give us the answer to the fortnight. Jonathan says, for the back door, didn't the intro letter imply we need the spinner? If it is tied to the back door, I see a potential phrase based on top. Okay, let's hear it, Jonathan. Arabian Nights protect the door. 40 thieves. I love it. So let's see. Let's see if this theory works. F, and then the blank would be the O, RT, and then we think a Y is going to come through. So FO, and then Jonathan says FO, and then the RT. So it's the, but what if I, yes, okay, FO. RT, and then we need the Y to come through. Okay. Well, Jonathan was right. Look at that. FORTYTHIEVES. 40 thieves. Pretty neat. Jonathan, did you notice 40 thieves from looking at this? I mean, was writing these out what helped you get 40 thieves? With all of these codes and ciphers, this is the part I enjoy the most, just trying to force your brain to make observations and rewriting it in ways that might help you. Jonathan says yes from looking at it on the note card. So you can see 40 thieves. It's got to be 12 letters, and then these letters must be in the phrase. But by rotating these, we can just fill in these gaps. Okay, very nice. 40 thieves, which we think now gives us the personnel files. Council will go into Alexander or Alosha. We're clicking his thing. 40 thieves. So, Tales of the 1001 Tales of the Arabian Nights and Alibaba and the 40 Thieves. Okay, enter. And we're in. All right, so this is Alosha, otherwise known as Alexander whatever, the cybersecurity guy. We're in his back door, his new back door access, and we can see his notes here, most of which we've already seen, but let's see what he's got here. Personnel file notes. Okay. Are these are probably the same as they were before. So these are the personnel records, but with his notes on them. And then he's got files on other people. Persephone, good, kind heart will get us all killed. I believe we've seen these before. B6 is Anthony Whelan. We've heard, someone remind me who Anthony Whelan is. Oh, he's the botanist. I think he might be the guy who knows about Persephone, what she's doing. Okay, Simone Ruth Thomas is B12. That's not the person mentioned in today's letter, is it? No. The person mentioned in today's letter is B13. So this woman is head of biochemical research. I saw her sneak around and use Jeremy to carry messages. Okay, here's B13. That's the sister, the religious sister. But we know she doesn't want the lock-in, and she's fighting with A3, this guy who wants the lock-in. Is that right, or was she fighting with A4? A4 she was fighting with. She's fighting with this guy, Cyril, the psychologist. He seems to also want to lock down. All right, who else do we have here in her notes? There's Jeremy, the 12-year-old messenger kid. Here's Jordan Kim. This is the one who discovered the body of Persephone. But she could be, I mean, she looks like she's friends of Persephone. This looks a little suspicious. Oh, but Jordan Kim is the one who goes out on the... I was saying it's very suspicious she was treated so many times. Like, is that an excuse just to get together? But on the other hand, we're told that Jordan Kim is the person who leads these expeditions. So it makes sense, head of expeditions, it makes sense that she's getting wounded. This guy says she's brave, braver than most. Disciplinary, reprimanded for possession of contraband, disobeying council orders. Okay, so she's clearly not a spy for the council. It doesn't seem like she would kill. She would be responsible for tricking Persephone. Okay, so that's all of his documents on personnel records, which is nothing new. But this is new. He's got some new document that he's recorded, sermon. Pulled audio transcript of sermon given in chapel from 8 a.m. to 8:27 a.m., day 1831. So a week after the body was found. Sister's following has grown since Persephone's body was recovered. People who wish to see the surface again are gravitating toward her message. Very convenient for her. Do not trust. This guy doesn't trust anyone. Okay, here's her sermon. I see a number of new faces in the crowd today. Welcome, all of you newly realized elect. I'm overjoyed you have chosen to recognize your true calling. I've spoken to many of you in private already before today. I have heard your sorrows. You hope to one day feel the warmth of the sun on your faces and hear the music of birds in the trees. You worry that perhaps even though the Lord was good enough to spare you from the plague 5 years ago, that it will return one day even more terrible than before. In your fear, you entertain the proclamations of duplicitous rulers who would have you believe our place is beneath the ground, that we belong on the same level as the corpses of the fallen, sealed in a tomb of our own making. Above all else, you mourn our sister Persephone. You feel as though your chances to rise to the surface died with her. I am here to say, do not be afraid, do not be discouraged. Know that you are all destined to rise from the ground. It is our divine purpose. It is how we shall redeem ourselves and all of those taken from us by the plague. The plague was brought down by the Lord onto humankind for the same reasons as the great flood was brought down millennia ago. In our first lives, our lives on the surface, we were selfish and cruel. We tested the Lord's patience each and every day. We turned a blind eye to the suffering of our friends and neighbors. We burnt no holy offerings to the Lord, but rather destroyed the bounties bequeathed upon us for sustenance and safekeeping at the sealing of the covenant. After my first life ended, I often asked myself a question many of you have doubtless asked yourselves. Why did the Lord betray his covenant with Noah? Why would he send so many of his angels down from on high in all their terrible glory to slaughter all that we loved? Why, Lord, why have you forsaken us? These were never the correct questions to ask. The question that granted me true insight into the nature of the universe and my place within it was not, is the Lord testing me, but rather, am I testing the Lord? When the Lord opened the 7 seals and began the world anew, we, the people of the earth, retreated beneath the mountains to hide ourselves. But we did not escape the Lord's justice. Rather, we were given a key role in the fulfillment of his divine vision. We were made the elect. To be elect is not a privilege or an honor. It is a solemn duty, a duty to live life righteously, to atone for the sins of those who came before, and to create a world anew in the image of all that is good and just. To be elect is to prevent the mistakes of the past from becoming the folly of the present. Nowadays, some members of the elect wish to shirk their duties. Let's see if I can scroll this here. Yes. Some members of the elect wish to shirk their duties, to throw their ordained purpose by the wayside and entomb the elect in this place forevermore. They use the death of one of our own to justify their cowardice, when her passing, in truth, meant quite the opposite. Persephone Grace is a martyr for a divine cause. She yearned to see the sun once more, and she in her wisdom and bravery survived on the surface for longer than anyone else has in years. We should all aim to one day follow in Persephone's heroic example. One day the surface will no longer mean death. It will mean life. To cut off our path to the surface is to destroy the second life we have been elected to lead. To destroy our only avenue to redemption will not only destroy our lives, it will destroy our spirits and our righteous claim to the earth. We must not let those who assert that they have We must not allow those who assert that they have our best interests at heart to use the death of a brave young woman to twist us against our divine purpose. We must keep our hearts and door open. Peace be with you all. So yeah, she thinks she's calling the aliens the angels. The fierce angels. There's some weird stuff on the web about drawing the angels as they're described in the Bible, and they look very weird and scary. All right, so the sister is a bit crazy. On the other hand, it feels like she was sort of on the side of what we think of as good. Like that's the Persephone trying to save the people by proving that it's safe outside. This nun also wants to help people see that it's safe outside, but for different reasons. She wants to bring a new religious order. Okay, that was his documents, and then probably we still can't access the terminal. Oh! We can access the terminal now? Report made at something by the FBI guy, Theodore Markson, alias Watson. Subject believed to have orchestrated a series of cyber attacks. So we now have the name of the cyber attacker. Theodore Markson, alias Watson. This is fascinating. It is fascinating that there is this little side mystery going on. Okay, what does he say? Let me see if I can't. I'll have to resize this so that what's in here? This is weird. I'm trying to put this so I can read it to you. Okay, subject believed to have orchestrated a series of cyber attacks targeting, this is going to be all XXX, yeah, targeting blank. Attacks made by individual using moniker Watson. Early attacks targeted blank. Large amounts of classified information were leaked to the public after each of these breaches. So is this hacker trying to get information, classified information out to the public, not on behalf of some foreign interest? More recent attacks targeted Redacted. Several days ago, Redacted was targeted. It is critical subject is apprehended. I think he's saying like our facility and Patricia was targeted. It's critical subject is apprehended before any of this data is released. Subject to be taken into custody for immediate questioning. And then he's got all these redacted details. Approved and forwarded to Jennifer Vanson, agent in charge. I guess that would be an FBI thing. And then what is all this? Testing 1, 2, 3. Why are access denied? That's weird. Like, why do we have a terminal here? Okay. Theodore Markson, alias Watson. Let's write that down. Do we now have an identity for the hacker? Perhaps the most interesting development here is to hear that the hacker was releasing this information that he hacked publicly. That sounds like this person is not a spy of a foreign interest, but is trying to get information out. Though we don't know why. I'm curious to go back. It's really terrible that you can't, like if we go back, I have to put in that 40 Thieves again. But what I want to see is the case file, is the personnel directory to see if we can find whether Theodore Markson is one of our residents. Can we, the chat asks, can we read the redacted parts? I don't think we can. I don't think we're going to be able to. Let's see what else we have here. So that was the terminal. The case file here, I believe these are things we've already seen. We saw that. We saw this and learned that Persephone had an emitter chip on her. This was blocked before, now we can watch it. What are we looking at here? Oh, this is Persephone leaving and her contact. Day 1816. He's saying, good luck. He's the guy who let her out. He's got access to the security doors. And now he's closing them, opening and closing them. And we know who that is, right? Who is that? That's the FBI guy. That's absolutely the FBI guy. We really need to be able to open up another tab so that we can... Let's see if we can do this. Maybe I'll try it in Google. Okay, so here's our directory, so we can see both of these at the same time. So that guy we just saw is Shepard Oswald, the FBI guy. So the FBI guy is working with Persephone, getting her out. Now, what did our letter say? Our letter said to find whoever did it. Someone helped her leave. Whoever it was had a hand in her death. We must find out who that person is. So according to our contact, this guy who let her out had a hand in her death. A007 Oswald, which is surely a fake name. And then that's the video we just saw. And that's the day she left. Very interesting. Let's see something. If we go to the directory and personnel files, let's look. Let's just make sure we don't have someone operating under the name of Theodore Markson or Watson. There's someone using the name Holmes. Just going to write that down as a possible thing to check into if this is someone who's a fan of Sherlock Holmes. Jonathan is very suspicious of our FBI guy, and Jonathan thinks that could that guy not really be FBI, but could he have taken the place of the FBI guy? Could this not, might this not be Shepard Oswald? I mean, it is a fake name. Remember, this guy was called in by the facility to help figure out who the hacker was and then told that he had to stay in the facility. But didn't our guy, our cybersecurity guy, met him right when he came? So I don't think he could have disappeared and then come back as someone else. Yeah, why is the FBI guy working with her? We don't know. Okay, pretty cool though. Now let's go back and see if there's more stuff here. Okay, that was the case file. The TSS file was where we learned that the alien chatter is detected at 6 hertz. This is human chatter, alien chatter, and the AI Patricia noted some information. The virus report. This is where we learned how the virus attacks the DNA. A little note here about, I can't zoom it in a little bit. This is the part where I was going a little bit crazy last night trying to read this. This is where we learned about how the virus works. She doesn't think it can be cured, but she's figured out that you don't even need a vaccine or a cure because it kills off the population, and then anyone who's still alive was probably immune. And here she hypothesized how immunity might work. You got some junk duplicate DNA that the virus attacks instead of the main area. And that's a report by Simone Thomas. She says GC content is higher. That's how you can tell that they're going to be immune. It's designed to kill. It's not even a virus, because a virus wants its host to survive. This is just a weapon. This is like a genetic weapon designed to kill. And she describes how. Okay, so Simone Thomas is the one who's figured out that everyone else arriving is immune. My hypothesis, people who are immune have GC content. All right, what about these records? Okay, so these are the AC system records that we've seen before. Nothing new here. We don't really know how to make sense of these, to be honest. And now we've got a facility map. Look at this. This is brand new. We didn't have access to this before. Look how cool this is. Wow. Here is a map of the facility. And we can see in our directory, we know what room everyone lives in. If we click on this, is it highlighted on the map? No. So I can't click on any place. It says I'm not allowed to do that. But right now, okay, I guess there's no point in clicking anything. Every click says no access, but we can see a map of the facility now. I'd love to download this. Okay, we can download a picture of the facility and print it out. We don't know why we're going to need this. There's the entire facility, includes decontamination room, council lodge, Patricia's server. Very cool. We don't really know what clicking on these should do. Like, should it bring up cameras? We don't know. But we don't have access to it yet. And then if we click communication, what do we get? That's his log. And has he added new entries? No. He only recorded up to 24 when his family died. Remember, this is the diary of the cybersecurity guy. It's pretty cool. All right, let's glance through the things about the Oswald, because now that we know Oswald is helping Persephone, I don't want to say up to no good, because we don't know if he's good or bad. We know that he was helping Persephone, and our contact letter thinks that means he's involved in her death. He says, I received a report from Oswald. He says he's closing in. Oswald identified a primary suspect. He won't tell me who. I asked he sent over the file, and he does eventually, but it's all redacted, and that's the file we were just reading. This is all before the aliens arrived. Oswald is tracking suspect's location, is planning to make arrest. He tells me the suspect was much closer to the base than I would have thought. Does that mean the suspect could be in the base or showed up at the door? That seems more likely, doesn't it? What if Persephone was the suspect? I don't think so, but I wonder if the person who showed, I wonder if the suspect comes and knocks on the door after the alien invasion. And then after the invasion, he's like, what's the point even? I wonder if our suspect is going to be someone who showed up after lockdown. One person survived the attacks. Oswald shows up. He was decontaminated. Oswald reportedly apprehended the suspect, but main body of invasion hit while the two were en route. Suspect did not survive the journey. This is where Jonathan started getting suspicious that they've been swapped. Because it is awfully suspicious. So Jonathan, maybe they never met. Maybe he never met the agent beforehand, so it could be a swap. I think maybe Jonathan might be right. Man named Shepard Oswald assigned. He's currently in Europe, will be en route to America. I've done a background scan, compiled file of basic information. He's high on the food chain, much information about him. Okay, so I think I was wrong that Agent Shepard came directly to this facility where the cybersecurity guy met him. It seems to me now that what it's painting a picture of is our cybersecurity guy is in contact with the agent, but no one sees the agent until he knocks on the door. After Omega Protocol and says, hey, it's me, Agent Shepard. You're the one you've been talking to. Oh, I caught the guy, but he died. Now we think that hacker is back, accessing the system, but from inside. Jonathan, does that sound right to you? That's your basic theory. Anna agrees with Jonathan. Sounds like the agent died and the hacker took his place. I think that is looking increasingly likely. All right, I think that means that we have gone through everything new in our cybersecurity guy's back door. Although we do have an interesting little thing that this hacker wants to make information public. So why would he try to kill Persephone? And why wait 5 years? We don't know that he tried to kill Persephone. He was helping Persephone. But this contact form says whoever had a hand in her death, we have to find out who it is. They know how to bypass security doors because we think they're a hacker. But whoever it was had a hand in her death, but maybe not on purpose. Okay, pretty cool, actually. Some pretty cool developments. I'm warming up a little bit. We don't need that one anymore. Let's look at our encrypted notes. Okay, we figured out this one was the @bash cipher. So we're going to read this. Conversation between the psychologist and the religious nun. Then we have a note to us, an anonymous note to us about the game cluster, but in some encryption. We don't know how to break this encryption. We could get a hint, but we should talk it out a little bit first. And then there's this one, this third note, which we're told is correspondence between Jeremy Alosha, that's the nickname of the cybersecurity guy, and myself. So here's Jeremy writing to the cybersecurity guy. I feel very bad. I don't know who to talk to. Dr. Cyril told me I'm griefing, like when I remember Mom and now Persephone, but this isn't like that. You help me a lot with things like life and karate. Can I talk to you? And then here is the reply. Jeremy, you can talk to me about anything. Please encode your next message. Okay, so this is obviously Cyril replying. And then Jeremy writes, I ose only no say. I encoded it like you said. I only knew the Latin one. He's talking about, he's using Pig Latin. I saw someone. I'm not sure exactly. I'm not that familiar with Pig Latin, but you reverse "aw say," and you add this A to it. So I saw someone say is someone. I saw someone. And then he says, hatway ide, uye ise. What did you say, Jeremy? Okay, so Cyril writes back. He says, I saw someone. What did you say, Jeremy? Jeremy is addressing the cybersecurity guy. Jeremy is addressing the cybersecurity guy, correct, sorry. I don't know who to talk to. Dr. Cyril told me I'm grieving. Okay, sorry. He mentions Dr. Cyril, the psychologist, but he's really talking to the security guard guy, security expert who's his friend. Okay, I saw someone. What did you say? And Jeremy says, a man came to something, something, something. Okay, rather than try to, it's easy enough, but we'll just read the official transcription of this. All right, so we're told this is between the three of the people talking to us, and now we are learning who the third person is. And it's Layla. So I guess that means that this is Layla. Laila. Layla. This is our contact. Our contact is Layla. And we can confirm that by Layla Marielle Woods. She's the programmer of Patricia. And LAILAWOODS. And this is a substitution cipher clearly. And maybe it's a Caesar cipher shift. Q goes to L. Let's find out. It's a Caesar cipher shift. Q goes to L. F goes to A. N goes to I. Q goes to L. F goes to A. Okay, I don't know why. What shift has she used? It doesn't matter. Okay, and this is the only thing she's used this encryption on right now. Okay, Layla is our contact. Layla is the person that's been writing us. And here is Alosha, the security guy, writing to our friend Layla. Look at my correspondence with Jeremy. It has raised a big red flag with me. I know only you and I have access to that room, so I went through my account activity again. I could not get it out of my head. Remember, each word is 2 square, key and word. Turns out something is using a new encryption thing now. Each word is 2 square, key and word. I think he's saying that for each encryption key here, we should split it in half, and half of it's the key that gets applied to the second half. So these will all be even numbers. Like QR is a key that works on MO. And then I'm not sure what's going on here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So again, split in half. We've got a key and a word, or it could be interweaved. I think he's saying I wonder if he's saying my password has changed. But he's saying something else has changed. I did not do that. Add to blank, more blank, blank, new blank, now number ADCL or ADC1. My password, PASSWORD. My password for something has changed. New password is now this. Something's going on. I want to find out what something. Let's work together now. Yes. Okay, so he's trying to work with Layla, but he's saying something is going wrong with the server. Be nice to figure out, is it each word is 2 square? The fact that PASSWORD. It's not going to be it's not going to be password though. Because S and R are next to each other in the alphabet. So I thought this spelled password, but that's not going to work. It could be writing out the key and the word slightly obscurely. This is probably an L for number AJE, number ADCL. I'm not sure what that's about. Seems like we've got the basic idea for how these words are encrypted, but it's not 100% clear to me. Okay, well, let's take our next break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. We are back. 11 viewers, 9 likes, 12:25 a.m. here. All right, what do we have left? We were last working on this password in this encrypted code that seems like we should know the basic idea of, but it's not jumping out. Let's put that aside for a minute. We also have this internal place that Jeremy is taking notes. Jeremy is a 12-year-old kind of slow kid. 75% more sodium, extreme heat, big spicy. I don't know why this is gone through all the trouble to put his notes on this, but let's see what Jeremy's notes say. To do week 271, start walk and pull karate lesson with LSH. Cluster tournament. Ask Jordan for scout training. Appointment with CRL. Classified mail deliveries. LL to C17. Start lock-in pole. Karate lesson. Cluster tournament. Ask Jordan for scout training. Appointment with Cyril. Classified mail deliveries to C17 to do. Update lock-in poll. Karate lesson with LSH. Deliver something from Jordan. Ask Jordan for scout training again. Appointment with CRL. Put up flyers for CRL. Week 271, week 273. Here's week 272. Update lock-in poll. Karate lesson with LSH. Ask LSH for MP password. 1939 or 1439. Can't keep forgetting. Deliver MTHS CGRTLs from Jordan. Put up posters for MTH Matheson. Classified mail deliveries. LSH to LL. Matthias to this person. NT to SMN and LL to C17. So the LL to C17 is Layla to us. Layla to us. Classified mail deliveries. Me to L to, maybe that's you, SH, Usha. That's the security guy. Cyril to sister. Anonymous to C17. LSH or Usha to LL, and then LL to C17. So 271 was the start of the lock-in poll. Let's just bring this up again for a second. So here was the first poll on 1827. Jeremy's straw poll. Okay, so we knew it was Jeremy. And then the next week, he sent us another one from her. So SMN is probably Simone, who's the doctor who figured out the virus. I wonder if he's saying deliver Matthias cigarettes or something from Jordan. Ask, what is this password 1939? Jeremy's password 1939 or 1439. But MP password, what's MP password? Is, Jonathan says, is it Matthias to Agent Oswald? Matthias Agent Oswald. Huh. Or mail this to Agent Oswald. But Matthias to Agent Matthias. Agent Oswald. This is absolutely Agent Oswald. So that's a good catch, Jonathan. And then again, deliver Matthias maybe cigarettes from Jordan. I'm not sure what CGRRTS though. But this is absolutely Agent Oswald. What is MP password? The map password? Certainly possible. Maybe we're not intended to use it yet. We don't have anything that's needing a password. That's why we're being thrown a little bit. Okay. Let's save that though. All right, what should we do next? Here are your choices. We can read the forum. We can read the health reports. We could work on the encryption key for one of the messages. What do you feel like? Forum, health reports, work on encryption key. Let's see what the chat wants to do. Alan says, let's read the forum. Okay, 4 minutes. So we actually want to leave this area. How do we leave this area? It's like there's no way to do it. You just gotta go. You just gotta reopen this. It's so weird. So we go back in here. All right. So these are our new forum posts. And let's scroll down where we think we left off. Okay, complaints about the council lying to us. They had a right to hide it. I know this is always confusing, but what you guys can't see is the camera is in front of these messages. Okay, so we read this before. He says we should consider locking the doors now. We read that before. I think this is new to us. I think 1841. All right, someone's posted aliens. They're going to kill us all. Persephone was just the start. This is how it ends. We need to lock down the doors. We need to give everyone weapons. We have to act now before it's too late. Damn, dude, take it easy. How am I supposed to take it easy? We're all going to die. Well, we're all going to die at some point, so why worry about it? George, you're not helping. Benny, I could use a hand for dinner prep. Want to help me out? Might take your mind off things. And then the doctor psychologist says, Benny, why don't you stop by and see me? I don't have to talk with you about this. Okay, we did read that before. Let's see, what's new? I think we read this before. Cantina at 6 p.m. to listen to concerns. We read that last session. Okay, this is new. This is about this new flyer using Persephone's diary. User D21 says, have you all seen this flyer going around? What the hell is the council trying to do in publishing this crap? Persephone's gone, and now they're trying to use her death to push their own agenda. How do we know this is even her actual handwriting? Where is the proof? If you ask me, they're doing everything and anything they can to hold on to their little seat of power. They had better watch themselves, or they're going to be facing a very large, very angry crowd. Here are the replies. Add something productive to the conversation, or I'm filing a report to have your discourse privileges revoked. I, for one, am happy they are willing to tell us the truth, no matter how ugly it is. D21 says, and I, for one, am not willing to believe something just because some power-hungry cabal tells me to. User D105 says, I think you're reading too much into this. A7 says, are you making a threat against the council? This is Agent Oswald. D21 says, read it however you want. Just know we're watching you. Oswald says, I will not have you inciting violence in this facility. Report to the council chamber immediately. So A7 looks like he is a strong council person. Interesting. A1, Layla says, it has come to the council's attention there is a document being distributed throughout the facility containing what appears to be notes from Persephone Grace's handbook. This information was not reviewed by the council before being distributed and in no way reflects the council's overall position on the lock-in. If you're in the possession of one of these documents, we ask that you turn it in to the council at once so we can remove it from circulation. Thank you for your cooperation. Lock the doors, lock the doors, lock the doors, says D47. C20 says, add something productive or I'm filing a report to have your discourse privileges revoked. D47 says, first of all, you don't have the authority to do that. Second of all, look at the other posts. Is mine really the worst thing on here? I'm just saying what everyone knows we have to do. Day 1845, D61 says, anybody else's watch not working? I swear I need to wind and rewind every single kind of watch there is in this place. The NACS issued ones, the ones the scouts managed to get their hands on, all of them. Even with new batteries. I know it doesn't really matter in the grand scheme, but it's still a real pain. B46 says, my most sincere apologies. The next time we're scavenging the wasteland for necessary supplies, we'll be sure to find you a suitably high caliber timepiece. Would a Swedish make be preferable to a Monsieur? D61 says, come on, Sal. I didn't mean it like that. B37 says, we're doing our best out there. That's all I can say. Patricia takes care of all the timekeeping anyway. C84 says, a nice quiet night. Does anyone want to meet up tonight and not talk about any of this? I'm so sick of the arguing. I just want a nice quiet night where we can forget about everything going on for a few hours. D61 says, that sounds great. C53 says, count me in too. Maybe we can get in a few rounds of cluster. C84 says, first to lose is a cluster buster. D23 says, burying your heads in the sand won't fix anything. We need to figure this out before it's too late and we're trapped in here forever. C41 says, for the love of God, Cameron, can you please take a night off? You're exhausting. Okay. First to lose is a cluster buster. Don't forget, we saw a mention of cluster buster in one of these messages. That we were thinking we might be looking for a phrase. Blank to blank is a cluster buster. There it is. Look at that. First to lose is a cluster buster, surely. But FIRST to, we've only got 3 letters here. It's a little odd. But surely that is saying what that is. That's like a phrase. First to lose is a cluster buster. Just going to write that down. Let me just see. Do we already know what this encryption key is? Did we figure it out? I don't think we did. No, this is some sort of clock. So I don't think this is going to be a Caesar shift, but let me just take a look at it. If I turn to L goes to I, U goes to R. It is just a Caesar cipher shift. And it's a shift backwards by 3. So this is mentioning tick, 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 wind the clock 3 times. Seems overly complicated, but this looks like it's just a backwards shift of 3. Oh, could it be saying first to win? That's a very good guess, Jonathan. W goes to a T. Okay, so first, and then to G turns into a D. Is it going to be die? D, L turns into an I. H turns into an E. First to die is a cluster buster. All right, let's just put a little note on this. This is a shift back -3. In other words, A goes to X. Okay, we know how to decrypt this note. And so we will be able to just read the decryption in there. First to die. Win is a good guess too. But this message is a very threatening message now. It's clear. First to die is a cluster buster. All right. Creepy. All right. Good work, Jesse, though, for spotting this phrase, which is what we were looking for. Now, probably it's not user C84, right? But it is anonymous. So is it possible that not only is this giving us the key, but is it possible C84, that this is user C84 on forum 1845 comment. We'll just put a note here in case we think that might be the same person. Now, we did write down, I mean, we could go see who's 84 if we think that that could be relevant. I don't think we do. The person who used the phrase first to lose as a cluster buster is not in the directory. We've got a D83 but no D84. That's interesting. Wonder what that's about. Well, let's not worry about it for now. Okay, here's a new post. Beware of Jay. B17's been acting real antsy lately. I've seen this before. The boy's cracking. We all will eventually. I'm just surprised he didn't break down sooner. Be careful around him. I'm not sure what he's capable of. They're talking about Jeremy, right? They are talking about B17, who's Jeremy. I must admit, I'm a little suspicious of Jeremy, too. Let's see the comments on this. Right? Have you seen the way he dodges those security cameras? Jeremy says, I just wait for them to move. A2 says, he's still only a small boy. If you spread this nonsense again, I will not tolerate it. This is the security guy, Alosha. D64 says, come on, it's not that bad. Jeremy's just under a lot of pressure. Sure, he's been a bit more jittery than usual, but who wouldn't be right now? I shake every time I think about the doors closing in on us for good. D62 says, well, I shake with fear when I think of those monsters outside getting in. I've seen them. I've seen what they can do. You're a weak, bleeding heart if you think that our problems will suddenly go away without us needing to take these necessary precautions. And what about Jeremy? If he loses it, then we'd have to worry about a monster inside as well. He's the courier. He can move about the facility freely. Hell, he's even used some of the ducts for travel. I wouldn't be surprised if he started killing us one by one in our sleep, like some kind of horror movie. D64 says, do you have a point? 62 says, shove it, Ivan. If the doors stay open, I hope you're the first to go so I can laugh at you about how wrong you always were. D77 says, please, let's not fight. I was only suggesting we keep a close eye on B17. Maybe send him to Cyril, Dr. Cyril, just as a precaution. D73 says, hey, D62 over here wants to take charge, eh? Why don't you just go running to Matthias like you always do? Tell the council you're in charge and you're here to shut the doors with no vote and destroy whatever remnants of democracy we have left. Go on. I'm sure that will go over well with them. D62 says, I don't debate with people who debase themselves by yelling. User A4 says, this is the Dr. Cyril, the psychologist. I'll talk to Jeremy, everyone. It'll be fine. We all get anxious from time to time, and for all of us, it's most of the time. I'll talk with him and see what's wrong. I assure you, it's nothing to be worried about. Next thread. Enough is enough, says user D89 on day 1846. What are we still doing discussing whether or not to leave the doors open? We now know exactly what's waiting for us out there. Nothing but disease, aliens, and death. We need to close the doors now. 68 says, C68 says, I think you're overreacting a bit. D89 says, overreacting? How can you say that? We have proof written by Persephone herself about how terrible it is out there. C68 says, I don't want to downplay whatever Persephone went through, but I've been outside of these walls dozens of times, and so has everyone else on the expedition team. I'm not saying it's not dangerous, but with the proper precautions, it is manageable. D62 says, well, maybe for the scouts, but what about the rest of us? We need to think about the safety of the entire community. B37 says, how safe will you all be from starvation and medical emergencies once those doors are closed? User C41 says, 3 notches back for 2 up front. 2 upfront returns will return 3 in interest. Oh, 2 upfront rations will return 3 in interest. I'll be hungry, but it'll be worth it. C53 says, accepted, on its way. D9 says, hey, what about a rare cluster piece? 41 says, dude, I don't have that many rations. D56 says, look at Jeremy's noodle packet. He keeps track of exchanges. You might be able to track down someone who has one. C11 says, he's really freaking loves that thing, huh? B6 says, it's his favorite snack. D81 says, he just ate it so quickly. That flavor is so much more valuable now, and he just ate it away. B6 says, he keeps the wrapper for nostalgia and keeping track of ration rates. Yes, I know about those. You're lucky I like Jeremy so much. Not sure what the significance of all that is. D62 posts on day 1848. If you don't want to lock the doors, you might as well leave the base. Seriously, I just think it's funny how nobody fighting the lock-in would actually have the guts to go outside without a hazmat suit. Prove me wrong. User C36 says, haha, so true. None of them would ever put their money where their mouths are. User B46 says, you're conveniently forgetting that every single active scout, you know, the people with the most knowledge and expertise about the surface, is against the lock-in. D42 says, I hope you realize you haven't been infected or torn to shreds by monsters. The only reason you haven't been infected or torn to shreds by monsters is that you've had this base to come running back to. You scouts just want to feel special. You need to accept that soon we'll be self-sustaining and nobody will need you anymore. Day 1848, D34 posts, underwent a transcendental experience today. Well, this is one of the church people. Hey, I think today's sermon had the highest turnout I've ever seen for a regular event and not a memorial, at least. And what a sermon it was. I thought the sister was going to start speaking in tongues. It's amazing just to be in her presence. You can tell from listening to her how enlightened she is. So this is one of the flock, one of the elect. Here's one comment. D86 says, I really do think the plague will die out one day soon, if it hasn't already. I can't imagine the plague would even be able to kill a true member of the elect in the first place, despite what we've been told. The angels could usher us into a new age of prosperity if we made contact with them. So the religious people, do they think the aliens are good? They really think the aliens are angels and they will be nice to them? Here's B17, Jeremy, asking, has anyone seen my bag? Of course, we've seen it. It's right here. Layla sent it to us. He says, so this is kind of embarrassing, but has anyone seen my bag? I can't find it, and I know there are important messages in there I was supposed to deliver, or at least I think they were important. I couldn't understand what they said. Is he pretending he can't understand, or does he really not understand? 12 replies. B22 says, Jeremy, are you reading people's private messages again? I can't because I don't know where my bag is. Well, where was the last place you saw it? I don't remember. It was either in the cantina or the dormitories or the botany lab or the vents. So he does take the vents, the ducks. B33 says, have you checked all those places? No, that's a lot of places. I was hoping someone else would find it. B54 says, didn't Jordan just get you a new bag? Yeah, and I don't want her to find out I lost it already. Then maybe don't talk about it on the public discourse. Then how am I supposed to get everyone to help me find it? Watch yourself, George. I know where you sleep. It's okay, Jeremy. I'll help you find it later. We can talk about how to better take care of your things. Thanks, Jordan. Okay, so Jordan is B37, and she's nice to Jeremy. Here's a long post by the doctor. On day 1849, he says, a note about appointments. Hello all, in the past few weeks, I've seen quite an uptick in requests for appointments. This is a very understandable development given the many recent occurrences in the facility. Unfortunately, due to the increased demand for my time, I cannot continue to offer hour-long sessions for the foreseeable future. Going forward, sessions will last for a maximum of 30 minutes. I will reverse this policy as soon as the overall level of stress has lowered amongst residents and demand for my time has settled down. I would also like to add that one-on-one appointments with me are not an appropriate venue to lobby or petition me regarding the upcoming vote. I work very hard to keep my roles as council member and mental health professional separate in order to avoid creating conflicts of interest as best I can. I will, of course, listen to your feelings surrounding the decision as long as they pertain to your personal mental health. But I will not answer any questions regarding my own or fellow council members' private deliberations, nor will I entertain blatant attempts to sway me one way or another. Another note, please remember that group therapy is supposed to be a space for all residents to express themselves. Anyone who instigates what I judge to be uncivil conversation will be asked to leave. Any and all personal insults or name-calling will result in a temporary ban from the attending group therapy sessions. And our last post is from user B16 on day 1850, which is our current day, we assume. They've asked, hey, someone thought it was a cute idea to lock me out of our bedroom after a disagreement we had about the vote. Okay, don't see anything significant about that. That's the forum. I was just trying to see the big spicy noodles, ramen. I just want to see if this is in here on low supply. Cloning, miscellaneous stuff, tools, lab. Okay. I guess this doesn't have non-perishables. All right. I think we've done all the web stuff now. We know how to decrypt 2 of the 3 nodes. This is the one we haven't quite figured out. We also don't know how to use Jeremy's password, but we think maybe we're not supposed to use it yet. We haven't read the health reports. Now, what is we don't know what to use this either. Let me just write down our box 3 like to do. We don't know what our contact letter riddle is about. We think this might be words, but we don't know why you would need to know the keyword words. And then we have our health forms. And then we have Jeremy's 1939 34 password. We don't know what to use that for. And then we don't know the third letter cipher. What does Layla want from us today? Find out who Persephone trusted. Okay, so we do know the answer to that. We know she trusted Oswald, the FBI guy, or the person who says he's Oswald, because we saw him in the video. And in fact, we could bring up Patricia and see if she'll wake up for us. D4 GOB4H. And then no matter what we typed her, she doesn't seem to wake up. She's been infected, or whoever someone has hacked into her. So those are our things that we have left to do. I wouldn't be surprised if this wasn't for later. This is on the noodle packet. I think maybe this is not something we can do yet. We could work on the cipher. Does anyone have any theories about this? What's the theory here? Anyone think they know? Like, this is a riddle. We think the answer might be words. Why is she giving us this? On what basis do we use this answer? That's very strange. Is it possible that it's some sort of encryption key for the medical records? Doesn't look like there's anything encrypted on the medical record. I don't think we think it's here. But she does say key and word. Each word is 2 square. I wonder if what she's saying is that this is 2 square and in a cipher type. I'm starting to have a slight certainly have a little memory of something called a 2 square cipher. Yes, it looks like that is a thing. I have a slight memory of it. A 2 square cipher is a double Playfair. No, no. No, I do not want ads. Okay, so we have an online 2 for a 2-square cipher. Let's see if we can learn a little bit about it. Two-square cipher, also called double playfair, is a manual symmetric encryption technique. Encrypts pairs of letters, falls into a category of ciphers known as polygraphic substitution. So rather than a single letter for letter, we're swapping out pairs. Much harder to do frequency analysis of it. Two 5x5 matrices comes in two varieties, horizontal or vertical. 5x5, you put the letters of the alphabet, and then you fill it with letters based on a keyword or phrase. So you fill it in with the keyword or phrase, dropping duplicate letters, fill the remaining spaces with the rest of the letters of the alphabet. The key can be written in the top rows or in some other pattern. The keyword together with the conventions for filling in the table constitute the cipher key. Two-square algorithm allows for two separate keys, one for each matrix. So as an example, so you can see what's happened, if I give you the two keywords, one is example, you start by filling in on this 5x5 grid the word example. You can't reuse letters, so the last E doesn't get written in, and then you just start writing the alphabet, skipping any letters that already existed, and then you get your 5x5 block of the letters from A to Z, although I and J should go in one place, so I'm not sure what we've done here. And then here, we've used the keywords. You fill it in the top letters, and then you go the alphabet, skipping any you've already done. And then you split the message into pairs. HELPME, HELPME. Now, there's two ways to do it. The first character of plain text and ciphertext uses the top matrix. The second character uses the bottom. So you're just alternating back and forth. So you find the first letter. In this case, we're trying to encrypt, where was it? HELP. So HE, find the first letter. So you find the H here. And the second letter here, which is an E. Then you define a rectangle. Wow. So LP, you find the L, you find the P, and you make a square around it. And then you look at the other corners. That feels awfully convoluted. There are special circumstances where in the same column or same row. All right. Well, we know enough. I suppose what would be we don't need to actually do this. In fact, God help you for trying to do this. But I wonder if each word is 2 square, key and word. The question is then, what are the keys for the 2 square? I'm guessing that 1 is words. So in other words, fill in WORDS. I'm not sure what the second one would be, though. But I guess we could go. I think we know enough. We've figured out enough about our encrypted messages that I'm comfortable reading them on the website. So that means that the only thing left for us to do today, other than read those decrypted messages, is to read the health and medical records for each of our people. Any other ideas, thoughts? Are we ready for it? If you're watching these videos to help you fall asleep, I've got a better recommendation for you. I've mentioned it before. I mean, there's lots of videos you could use to fall asleep, but the videos I've been listening to recently to fall asleep, and I listen to them over and over again, they're so pleasant to listen to, are the videos from a channel called Watch It for Days, which go through and review episodes of Columbo with long breaks to talk about each actor and what they've been in. She's got a great voice. If you can't fall asleep, they're very fun to listen to, but they're also so calming. And when I re-listen to them, my brain shuts down. Love that channel. Okay. Let's look at the health records. I guess one of the things we're going to try to do is figure out who each patient is, because they're just identified by confidential patient number. Okay, medical summary. Patient, like many, reports generalized feelings of depression and anxiety. Note this is day 1840, so it's very recent. I think this is probably Jeremy, right? Well, no, these are all day 1840. So if we go to our forum here and we look at day 1840, I thought we might catch the doctor saying everyone should come for an appointment. Doesn't look like it. Okay. 10 to 10:30, 9 to 9:30. Patient, like many, reports generalized feelings of depression and anxiety. This was a regularly scheduled appointment. Patient has shown up to monthly appointments, the occasional group therapy session throughout the past 1,840 days. Patient has declined my repeated recommendation of zolpidem to stabilize her highly irregular sleep schedule, citing her commitment to be available to the Patricia system at all hours. So this is probably Layla, this is surely our contact, the number 1, A001. Patient does not appear to pose any threat to herself or others. Patient was far less talkative than usual, did not respond to any of my questions and comments for quite some time toward the beginning of our session. Eventually, she asked me if I trusted our fellow council members. I responded that I, of course, did. I asked her to explain her feelings of distrust. She did not elaborate much on these feelings, besides saying she felt as though certain counselors may be trying to push an agenda through underhanded means. I asked if she was referring to A003's recent behavior. She responded that she was not, at least not entirely. She did not elaborate further. I worry having an espionage-oriented AI system and A002 as her primary social outlets may be having a negative effect on the patient. So this is surely A001, which is Layla. So he's saying here that Layla's primary friend is A2, which is the security guy. So I think this is Layla. Now let's move along. Maybe he's going to do these in order. Maybe this is A2. Patient has presented symptoms of post-traumatic stress disorder since day 3. Patient tends to isolate himself and experiences trouble sleeping. Frequently expresses feelings of self-doubt, paranoia, and shame. This sounds like A2, our guy, our security guy. Prolonged discussion of the virus often triggers severe flashbacks to the sealing of Lab C. In addition to weekly psychiatric appointments, patient was prescribed sertraline in the quantity of 150 milligrams a day from day 50 to day 1542. However, an increasingly unreliable supply chain led to the patient ceasing treatment. Patient does not appear to pose any direct threat to himself or others. Patient showed himself into my office several minutes early. We discussed his pervasive feelings of anxiety regarding the upcoming vote. Patient discussed his urge to educate the residents of the base on the correct path to take. He began describing his feelings of mistrust towards many residents of the base, and for A001, A002, and B13 in particular. Okay, so this is not our security guy, because A02 is our security guard. When I asked him to expand on why he did not trust 2 of his fellow council members, he spoke only in vague terms. I asked if he trusted myself and A007. He responded that he considered me a good therapist and that he considered A7 to be a great leader. I did not miss the implication in his words. I began to ask him to elaborate on his opinions, but before I could press further, our session was interrupted by A007 himself at 8:55. So we know that this 8:55 shows up that person. So this we know is going to be A007, which is our FBI guy. So who do we think this is? Just as a reminder, 3 is Matthias. It's probably Matthias, right? 4 is the psychologist. He's the one conducting these interviews. Head of law enforcement. Okay, so I think the person that's being talked to now is A003, Matthias. He's the one that wants the lockdown. And he's off his meds. Okay, and here is A7, the FBI guy that we're suspicious of, who has arrived early. I don't think we finished reading this. Interrupted by A007 at 8:55, 5 minutes early for his next appointment. Okay, now, comments and concerns. Despite the rather polemic public face he presents, so polemic is like vociferous and aggressive, argumentative. Despite that public face he presents, the patient is highly suggestible. In the past, he has often questioned his actions and has craved the approval of others as a source of validation. I'm frankly surprised he is leading the initiative for the lock-in as strongly as he is, despite the disapproval of myself, A1 and A2, towards his recent demeanor. However, the patient did see a steep decline in his overall mental status in the days immediately following the disappearance of Persephone. Perhaps the experience spurred him to take on more initiative than is typical. I believe the patient genuinely wants what is best for the base, but I have some reservations as to his capacity to fulfill his role. So this seems like a little bit of a clue, right? What I gather it's saying is this guy is Matthias. This is the most aggressive pusher for the lockdown, for the lock-in. And what doctor is suggesting is this guy, he's so aggressive, but he craves validation and someone to sort of tell him what to do and give him approval. And he's saying it's very strange that he's still so gung-ho and aggressive about this lock-in when these other position of authority people are trying to tell him to do something different. I think what we're being led to believe here is someone else is behind him. Someone else is pushing him to adopt this position for the lock-in. And I think it may very well turn out that it's the FBI guy who may be fake. Or of course it could be Patricia, the robot. But I think someone else is behind giving Matthias encouragement and telling him to try to get this lock-in passed. Let's take our next break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. So we've lost Jonathan. Anna says, I agree, someone's behind him, encouraging him to be aggressive about the lockdown. Perry says, I wonder if the alien invasion was a false flag event. The virus was actually introduced by humans. I mean, that sort of our paranoid training about such stories made that seem appealing, but everyone has seen the aliens, including our girl Persephone who went out there. So the aliens are real, it seems. But we don't know what's going on inside here. Okay, so we've just read about Matthias, and now here is the here's the next person who we think is A007. This is our FBI guy. This is the guy I'm most suspicious of, thanks to Jonathan. Patient has reported frequent night terrors relating to certain creatures and events witnessed outside the bounds of the facility. Patient presents with narcissistic tendencies likely connected to his position of power within the base. He's the security guy. Refused all recommended medical treatment, refused repeated and emphatic recommendations to set up more regular therapy sessions. Patient has never, to my knowledge, verbally expressed any specific indications of intending harm towards himself or others. Summary. Patient arrived for this particular session 5 minutes early. I noticed this when his silhouette became evident through the frosted glass on my office door around 8:55. My current client at the time noticed the shadow as well, and it prompted him to end our appointment early. On his way in, the early arrival whispered something to my client, who was on the way out as they passed by one another in the doorway. The patient then sat down and commenced our appointment. The patient responded to most of my questions with silence or with vague mutterings about the clock ticking down. I told him this impatience regarding our sessions was not productive. The patient commented that he typically finds writing his feelings down preferable to speaking to others, and that he felt nobody truly understood him. The only moment when the patient expressed interest in our session was when I broached the subject of our upcoming vote. This surprised me, as he has been silent on that matter publicly and in official meetings. I asked if he had been experiencing stress over the magnitude of the decision approaching us. He spoke at length about how he had come to the conclusion that a lock-in would be the most beneficial course of action. He questioned me regarding my own intended vote. I reminded the patient that our session was geared towards him. He smiled very personably and told me he knew that I was smart enough to see things his way, even if I wasn't ready to just yet. He said everyone would have to see things his way soon enough. Patient constantly treads the line between charismatic and manipulative. He speaks to many people on a regular basis, but does not appear to be emotionally close to anyone. Perhaps the patient's training took over following his traumatic experiences on day 0 to day 4. And he has considered himself to be operating from within hostile terrain ever since. So first thing is, clearly he is keeping a tight rein on Matthias. So just as we suspected Matthias had someone pushing him, this is clearly this guy. Like, he comes in, he gets early, Matthias sees him at the door and calls an end to their session, and they mention something back and forth, and he sounds like a psychopath, this guy. Now, the question I have is, the question I had was regarding this was 40 Thieves. I want to see his records here. Program camera, no. Documents, no. Virus report, no. This one. Day 0 to day 4. Okay, let me just see this. We're so fixated on day 0. Day 2, the base is infected. Persephone is leading all of them to Lab C herself. Then Lab C is when all the people inside who got infected died. But then look, here's day 4. One person survived the attacks. Oswald showed up at our doorstep, underwent thorough individual decontamination. Says he apprehended the suspect, but the invasion hit while they were on their way, and the suspect did not survive, the hacker that he was sent to catch. Okay, so the reason it says the trauma from days 0, 4 is day 0 is when the invasion happened, and day 4 is when he finally made it inside safe facility. So that's why it's saying the traumatic experiences of those 4 days. Okay, who's up next? Patient has shown few signs of mental distress throughout his stay in the facility, save for the period following the death of Randall Wheeler, whom he had grown close to, and who died of old age several years ago. However, recent trauma, we heard about who this is, who was friends with Randall, I think. I'm trying to remember, though. However, recent traumatic events appear to have had significant effects on patients' ability to function day to day. I have mandated regular appointments for this patient. Due to his age, he has attended these with acceptable, if not perfect, punctuality. I guess this is probably Jeremy. Patient poses no direct threat to himself or others. He does, however, pose some of an indirect threat to his surroundings due to habitual carelessness. The session went as they usually did, myself and the patient playing a game of chess as we spoke about his feelings. The patient was far more interested in our game than our conversation, which is not irregular. However, halfway through the session, he said impromptu that he missed B005, Persephone. I replied I missed her as well. Patient asked if we were all going to die. I replied that all people die at some point. He asked if we were all going to die soon. I replied that I did not know. Patient spent the rest of our session playing out the game in silence and left at 15:30 before the game had concluded. The patient's young age at onset of day 0 appears to have had both positive and negative effects. This is B17, Jeremy. Okay, so because he was so young, it has positive and negative effects on his long-term development, and generally appears to have adapted to subterranean life with greater ease than many of the adults in the facility. However, a lack of peers in his own age with which to socialize, coupled with the trauma incurred on the surface before he found his way to the facility, appears to have somewhat troubled his emotional and social development. I have a theory that the patient has cultivated a learned helplessness of sorts, since he has relied on older residents for help, and they have thus become a reliable source of attention and care. Recent events have made his cultivated innocence seem untenable, and he seems to be struggling to cope with the implications of that conflict. I fear the patient will have to do a fair amount of growing up very soon. He's cultivated innocence. Like, is this an act? I don't think so, but he's playing chess. I really wonder if he's just pretending to be slow. Any thoughts about that? All right, let's do our next person here. Appointment date, day 161. So all of these people were very recent, but this person may not have come in for years. Patient appears to be in the midst of the grieving process. I do not believe he poses any danger to himself or others, but I have strongly recommended regular sessions and have asked A001 to keep an eye on him. Oh, this is going to be our security guard, right? Not our security guard. I mean our cyber guy. Let's see what he says. Because he's grieving his family who died. Patient entered the room several minutes late, muttered something about therapy being pointless under his breath as he sat down. I pretended not to have heard his comment, proceeded to attempt to take his medical history. He proved extremely uncooperative. I then asked the standard questions regarding his mental adaptation to subterranean living. He continued to be extremely uncooperative in his responses. I broached the subject of his family. Patient became visibly tense and agitated. I asked how he was coping with their loss. He continued to be unresponsive, although it was clear he was taking great pains to hold back tears. I asked if he would like a tissue. He responded with an emphatic no. Patient did not speak or meet my eyes for the remainder of the session, despite my repeated attempts to engage with him in conversation. When our time ran out, I told him that reaching out to me was a significant step, even if he was not yet ready to discuss his feelings. I said I would be eager to continue talking things out at a pace he was comfortable with. He told me he appreciated the offer, but I should not expect his presence in my office again. This is A02. Awosha, the cybersecurity guy. And all of these pens are out of ink. Comments. Patient does not socialize much outside of council meetings, except with A001, Layla. He has recently started to teach martial arts to B17, Jeremy, which I think will be beneficial to both of them. He is a highly intelligent man, will not allow himself any of the necessary emotional outlets he requires. I believe he is experiencing severe survivor's guilt regarding the death of his family. I hope he will reconsider his aversion to therapy at some point. Okay, and then our last entry here. Again on day 161, early. Patient has reported feelings of intense and debilitating claustrophobia triggered by remaining underground for long periods of time. Patient has routinely reported to my office to debrief after each expedition she has been on so far. Patient was prescribed 30 milligrams paroxetine a day on day 140 for claustrophobia-related anxiety. This is going to be Jordan, the expedition leader, or Persephone, let's see, but probably Jordan. Patient is at high risk of sustaining accidental harm due to her role in the facility, but appears to pose no intentional threat to herself or others. Patient entered into the session in a good mood, expressing satisfaction with the amount of supplies she was able to secure over the course of her recent expedition. She expressed enthusiasm that none of her teammates were injured during their time on the surface. She spent much of our session wistfully recounting details of the surface and mentioned wishing her hazmat suit hadn't prevented the sensation of rain hitting her face. I asked if she was satisfied with the amenities in the facility. She expressed gratitude for having been taken in and a sense of dedication to the people on the base. Patient eventually admitted the prospect of living underground for the majority of her life terrified her, and that if it were not for the prospect of the virus mutating, she would be willing to risk extraterrestrial attack in order to live on the surface. I told her we could formulate a series of mental exercises for her to run through for when her claustrophobia set in. I also reminded her that we may very well one day venture outside permanently. She replied, somewhat agitated, that she appreciated what I was saying, but that no amount of therapy could replace looking at the open sky in real life. She ended the session somewhat abruptly, assuring me of her loyalty to the base and her appreciation for her assigned position. The patient's positive feelings about the surface, despite the danger it poses, seemed to aid in her carrying out her role in the facility as the expedition leader. However, I worry it may not be conducive to her mental well-being. She has expressed regret at having to return underground during each of our sessions so far, and doubted her ability to remain in the facility for long stretches of time. I hope very much for her sake that she chooses to maintain regular appointments in the short term. I also hope for more than her sake that we may indeed emerge from this place in the long term. Only time will tell. Okay, so this is giving us information that Jordan would not have harmed Persephone. She would have welcomed the news that the virus is gone. So Jordan is 37. So if we're looking for people who want this place shut down, in addition to Matthias, who's way up front about it, it's our security guy, Olson, our FBI guy. All right. Now, according to my notes, we don't have anything else to do. Thorpe makes a good point. Watching homeless guys play chess games in the park or Bobby Fischer videos, you realize the ability to play chess does not go hand in hand with mental health. That's a very fair point. All right, let us go to the reveals for this episode. We're going to read now the encrypted messages that we figured out how to decrypt them all, but we're not going to go through the hassle of doing so. We're just going to read. So we want episode 3, and we're going to put in our password. NACS 3992. We are going to update that. Okay, and we're just going to go through this now. In the letter, contact makes clear they trust in your ability to dig up information. It's telling us where the back door was. We already found that out. The answer to the riddle revealed a clue to solving the encoded name signed at the bottom of the letter. Shift the encoded name by the number of letters in the riddle's answer. Okay, that's crazy. That's crazy that we're supposed to take this riddle and take the number of letters in the riddle as the shift. That's ridiculous. But it's okay. We didn't need that. We figured it out on our own. The answer to the riddle is words, so we were right about that. Shift by 5 letters. What kind of crazy design is that? Layla Woods. All right, that's just a waste and weird. Okay, password card. We knew that was a Caesar shift backwards by 10. Jonas Salk. All right, now password notes. Pay attention to the patients who express attributes that Cyril calls out in his guide to coping with the apocalypse. Patient number this has shown the qualities of someone with narcissistic tendencies. This person is in a position of power. Okay, so let's just make sure that's going to be the FBI guy as we suspect. 198. Should be this guy. A007, the FBI guy, and it sure is. Okay, so that's our primary crazy suspect. Okay, exchange key. This is just the coded messages that we figured out and modded for 36. Use a key information in exchange. The key information is 3 mod 36 is 3. Shift the alphabet forward. This is crazily complicated. We didn't convoluted. We didn't need to do this. We figured out a phrase being used, and we saw that that was guessed that a word turned into vote, and that gave us a shift of 3. That's how we solved it. Now, here is what the message says. It feels good to be seen. It feels good for you to see my good works. Now, see what I will do. It was fun to see you. Speaking with Patricia, finding a way into Alosha's data cache. It was fun while it lasted, but your time is ticking away. This is the anonymous letter sent to us. And we think this person, now I'm starting to come together. Jonathan's theory that this is not the FBI guy, but the hacker taking his identity makes sense that this hacker has hacked into Patricia and the server, the internet, so he knows what we're doing. So he's saying, it feels good to be seen. It feels good for you to see my good works. Now see what I will do. It was fun to see you speaking with Patricia. Finding a way into Alosha's data cache. So he has been watching us crack into the computer because he has access to the computer. It was fun while it lasted. Your time is ticking away. Please believe me when I say that this isn't personal. No matter what you do, no matter what you choose, I will win. First to die is a cluster buster. Okay, so I think this is more confirmation that this was written by A007, who has hacked into the computer system and is watching us in the computer system, watching what we do. He's mentioning all the things that we did. Now, why does he want to kill us? It's not personal. He wants to keep this place on lock-in, but we don't know exactly what's in his brain about that. Okay, message 2. This is Jeremy and Alosha. Turn numbers into letters. Pig Latin. Okay, I saw someone. It was when Persephone left. Someone rounded the corner just out of my sight while I was delivering early morning mail. I couldn't see who it was, but it was a man. No one is usually up that early before the daylights come on. We've seen the video. We can see that it is the FBI guy, Oswald. Alosha writes, what did you see, Jeremy? Look at the note Alosha leaves for Layla just before he begins encrypting words. It contains a clue to the type of cipher. That is the a two-square cipher. The number is a hint that the capitalized letters are numbers. Capitalized letters in this message correspond to a number according to where the letter is in the alphabet. Interesting. So it's suggesting that in addition to the 2 cipher, it's saying that these number sign this are going to be A is a 1 and so on. Okay, let's keep going. The decoded message says, Turns out my password for room 1105 surveillance has changed. I did not do that. I had to override more security protocols. New password now 1439. But something is going on. I want to find what he is hiding. Now this is weird. This is very weird. I'll show you why. Why is this so weird? So this is Alosha, our paranoid security guard that we like, our security guy, not the FBI guy. And he says, my password for room 1105 surveillance. Remember, we have a new access to a map that lets us click on each room. So we were right, that's like a security access. But he says new password is 1439. He's saying someone changed it, which seems like that would clearly be the hacker. But there's something very confusing. What is it that's so confusing about this? The common reading here would be that the hacker has hacked into the computer system, changed his password. So he's had to override some things to set the new password. And he's telling Layla. But there's something very confusing about this. Beyond the idea that the hacker is hacked in and is watching everything and changed it, what am I thinking about? What is so confusing? What is the added layer of confusion? Do you remember? What did we just read there that creates another layer of confusion? No one? All right, let me show you then. Look at Jeremy's notes. Jeremy writes about 1439. Jeremy writes, the kid, he says, update the poll, karate lesson with Usha, that's Alosha, the cyber guy, who just said, hey, I discovered room 1105 surveillance has been changed. He said the new password is new 1439. Look what he's right. He says, ask Alosha for the map password. 1439, can't keep forgetting. Why has Alosha given this kid the password for the room surveillance? Now, we can go figure out who's assigned to that room, and I think we should do so. Why are we in this with both people? No, there we go. Room 1105. Who is in? Don't we get room numbers? Oh, for sure we got room numbers. Hmm. Am I forgetting something? So we only have room numbers for these people. 201B, 202B, 204B. Jeremy is in room 2038. Why does Jeremy have the... Why does Jeremy have... All right, where is our room 1105? So we have dormitories, bedrooms. Now I'm confused. Now I am confused. We've got rooms 10, maybe it's not 101, 1105. Have I written that down wrong? I'm confused. What is room 1105? What is room 1105 and why does Jeremy have the password to it? That's very confusing. He says, password's now 1439. Something's going on. I want to find out what he is hiding. That's his message, Awosha, to Layla. But we can't see such a room on the map. In fact, I saved the map so we could bring it up a little more easily. But there doesn't appear to be such a room. There doesn't appear to be such a room, and we have no idea why Jeremy would have it and why he would give it to Jeremy. Very strange. Could 10105 be the security camera? Let's look at AC records. Don't have room numbers. Terminal? No. I don't know. I just don't know what to think about this. Well, I guess it's not, we don't need to know for now. Let's just keep going through this, but that's awfully weird. Okay, I need to find out what he's hiding. This is recap box 3 in case we need to try to track that down later. Okay, next message. This is the @bash code. Cyril is communicating with Sister Ada. He says, "How have you been, sister? I've missed our luncheons." This is where she's making clear she doesn't approve of the lock-in. She wants to be able to go outside. And remember, we did this by figuring out some words she was saying. Any panic is justified. The premise of the vote is foolish. That's the word that I used to figure out the code. We can't seal ourselves away. It's a death sentence. He says, you're talking in plain text. You got to encrypt your messages. Look at this. We're almost out of proper decontamination materials. Expeditions can't continue. That's the first time we've heard of this. The religious nun says, I will not hide my sentiments. Persephone did not perish from the plague despite the mistruths. She says, remaining underground is certain death. He says, it's not certain. Dr. Whelan could still manage to make the base fully self-sustaining. She says, that's quite a gamble. He says, both options are a gamble. The surface is dangerous for more reasons than the virus. I need to weigh the facts before I vote. I may be the tiebreaker in this. I don't take that lightly. She says, I know you don't. We'll speak again once you make the right decision. Okay, so the Dr. Cyril is on the fence. Now, maybe we're going to get the information we need here about the noodle packet. Jeremy's notes. Jeremy's notes show that Matthias and Oswald have been corresponding with each other. This reveals information about a coded message from a previous episode. Rotating puzzle works with information in the contact letter. Patricia said, only when everything can be seen can you see everything. Aloysius has left a message to his data cache above the password input. Oh, this is all the stuff we figured out about Arabian Nights. And then 40 Thieves. And then the timestamp is especially important in this file found after unlocking. So we didn't pay too much attention to the timestamp. Why is it especially important? I think this is just saying, this is awkwardly worded, but I think this is just saying you should be able to identify the two people in that video. One is Persephone and one is Oswald. It shows the entrance on the day. I guess it's telling us stuff that we already figured out. That this is the day Persephone left. Persephone is leaving with the help of another person, and that person is Oswald. All right, we figured that all out, just phrased a little oddly. Okay, the terminal. It's about the hacker Aloysius has been trying to track down. Redacted information, we saw that. Okay. Use a password in another document to unlock a specific room. Well, it sounds like we are meant to be able to figure out what room 1105 is, almost if it's like I wonder if it's a typo or if it means it's 105. I wonder if they changed something. Yes. Okay. So every other click gets us not access, but instead of 1105, it's a little bit of a typo, and it's room 105A, which it looks like Harry figured out ahead of me. He says, is there a room 105? Okay, so instead of 105A, it's 1105. I think maybe probably just a game design change at the last minute. Okay, now this we knew. He changed it to 1439. And are we going to get a camera here now? Whoa. What are we seeing? It's the remote. It's the emitter remote for the key that Persephone had. What does it mean? Does it mean that someone brought the aliens to her? Like that's, I believe that's her code. Or R15A1G21121993. I'm pretty sure that's her code. So I think what we're led to believe is that the remote to trigger this is in room 105A, aka 1105. But does that mean that I'm not sure why Jeremy would have that. Although now that we know that that was a typo and it's really room 105A, can we now go to the people and see who's in 105A? That's our guy. So, as we suspected, we have suspected Oswald. Now we've got more confirmation that Oswald actually has the remote belonging to Persephone's emitter. And let me remind you how we think those emitters work. We think the way it works is there's an emitter and a remote, right? And you plant the emitter where you want the aliens to be lured to. Then you leave, and then when you're far enough away, you trigger it. It makes a sound that the aliens hear. They go to where your emitter is making noise, and you've drawn them away from where you want to go. So if there's aliens in town, you plant the emitter a mile away, you push the button, the aliens leave town, they go to the emitter, and then you can go in town. And I think what we're understanding now is that Oswald had the remote for Persephone's emitter, probably put the emitter in her bag without her even knowing it. And then when she got close to home, he pushed the button on the remote. It triggered the emitter in her bag. She didn't even hear it because she can't hear those 6 hertz sounds, and the aliens came and killed her. I think that's what we've got our hands on now. That's how he killed her. And he didn't shoot her. And her wounds on her back were from aliens, but it's the emitter that brought the aliens to kill her, and the emitter was triggered by Oswald. Yikes. How do you like that? Anna says, cruel but effective plan. Okay, this is Oswald's room. Okay, very good. Let us continue and see if there's any more recaps. Okay, so then it's telling us how to figure out what room to unlock it. From the map, we know it's Oswald's room. It's the serial number, which is the same serial number on the emitter from Persephone. This discovery, in conjunction with the video of the bunker's entryway, links Oswald to Persephone's death. We can look for information on Oswald, and we could tell Patricia about the files that we used to prove that Oswald is the one that talked to Persephone and probably killed her. So, we finished our third box. That was a pretty cool box. That was a pretty cool box. I still don't understand why Jeremy has the password to room 105A. So be it. All right, now, what do we want to do? That is the question. We've been playing for 4 hours and 20 minutes. That's a little bit troublesome because if we tried to play another box now, like we've normally been doing, 2 boxes a night, it could bring us into an 8-hour session, which I'm not sure is a wise thing. In fact, yesterday, I lamented that we sort of pushed on too long and I was getting a little tired. So I think if we're smart, we'll stop here. Anna says we could try half a box. Anna is in Hungary on a different time zone. I think we should stop here. I think this case, this game so far has been a little lackluster, and we finally got a good box that I really enjoyed. That was very satisfying. I think let's try to end on this happy note and enjoyment. The question then is when we play the next box, and I cannot play it tomorrow at 10 p.m. So what I could do, however, is I can probably... So I could play it tomorrow at midnight. Or we could play it tomorrow afternoon. The problem is... What is the problem? The problem is giving people advance notice, and it's probably not a good time for Anna. What do we think? Okay, I can't play tomorrow night until midnight. So I could schedule the next box for Sunday at midnight, and then we'd have to figure out when we're going to play the 5th and final box. Maybe Monday night, which is less than ideal, but could be done. Or I could just wake up tomorrow afternoon and play the 4th and 5th box. Any thoughts? It's too bad Jonathan's not here because I like to try to schedule these when the people who have been joining me for them can keep joining. So we've got Perry and Dorp and Anna and Groot. So the question is, what's best for you guys? Do you want Sunday night at midnight, or do you want to play it at a completely different schedule and play Sunday afternoon or evening, like 4 p.m.? Anna says midnight. Perry says midnight. Dorp says I defer. Okay. Well, that's what we're going to do then. That's enough. We will play box 4 on Sunday evening at midnight. Normal time is 10 p.m. Central, so we're going to be playing midnight Central, so 2 hours later than normal. Midnight Central Standard Time. You don't have to run the calculations. I'll schedule it on YouTube now, so you'll be able to see when it's coming up in your local time zone. And then if it's a short box, maybe we'll play box 4 and 5 tomorrow night. Otherwise, we'll play on Monday evening. Okay, this by far the most enjoyable box of the set. We are closing in on our culprits, although we don't understand his motive, but we do think he's actually not who he says he is. Very interesting. All right. Thank you for joining me. Thank you for your help. I'll see you all tomorrow evening at midnight.